Testing 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. And we are top seeds in Shrewsbury from Australia and Great Britain. Please welcome Olivia and Harry
Well, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the Shrewsbury Club on semi-finals day. This W100 event, the biggest women's event outside of the grass court season in the UK. And we have one doubles semi-final for you today, as well as the two singles semis as well. And what a way to start with the top seeds in the doubles: Harriet Dart in your picture at the moment, and Olivia Gadecki taking on Madeline Brooks and Holly Hutchinson. And alongside me, Oscar Chamberlain, is Abigail Johnson, who's been keeping a close eye on all the tennis that's been played here over the last few days. Got an interesting contrast here because you've got the more experienced pair, of course, the top seeds on paper, clear favourites. But Hutchinson and Brooks have played a lot of tennis together. They've reached a couple of finals together, another semi-final at another W100 event a few weeks ago. So that might give them a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. Hello, Oscar. Great to see you here, and it's been great to see the tennis here this week. And a few people have commented how the level's going up, and I'm not surprised that 3 of the 4 players on court are from Great Britain, because it's a real surge in terms of doubles form in this country at the moment. And I think Harriet Dart, although she's not got a consistent partner and is not on the doubles court as much, she was one of the initiators of that. It was in 2021 that she went all the way to the mixed doubles final at Wimbledon alongside Jo Salisbury, and it definitely shows in her singles game as well all the assets to be a great doubles player. It was an interesting opener for herself and Gadecki. It could have ended in round 1. They had a very tricky one against Lily Miyazaki and Marion Bogvansa, who have a recent title alongside each other. They are a tricky matchup of styles, and it's interesting that the top seeds have been taking the distance in both their previous matches. 2-match tiebreaks to make this stage, and well, here we have the other team, Holly Hutchinson and Maddie Brooks. 2 girls I've got to know very well over the course of UK Pro League action the last couple of years. And look, don't take anything away from their rankings. Their doubles world numbers 300 and something, the 2 of them. But you said it, Oscar, the familiarity of playing together. They're both based at Team Bath in the UK, so train in the same team. And that was more or less what led them to play as a consistent partnership. And I think they're just glad that they found each other, because their styles, what they like to do, Brooks in the forecourt, Hutchinson swinging from the back. It's a good holding of hands to create what could become a formidable doubles team.
Yeah, they've already beaten the 3rd seeds, of course, this week, so plenty of confidence ahead of this semi-final. And we do have the 2 singles finals to follow this as well, of course, featuring the top 2 seeds, Viktoria Golubic and Ocean Dodan, both experienced WTA tour level players. And it really should be a great day of tennis here, with the finals, of course, being played tomorrow.
I think Brooks and Hutchinson are quietly confident ahead of this one, not necessarily calling themselves for the outright win, but they know they can make it competitive. And I think an interesting dimension of this is, we mentioned they've made a semi-final at this level before on the grass courts of Ilkley. One of the players that they beat along the way was Olivia Godetsky. She was partnered at that point in time with Eden Silva, so it was a little bit of a different setup on that occasion. But the interesting aspect of that match in particular is that even though it was a grass court event, that match was moved indoors because the rain was so torrential, as it has been the last couple of days. So that would have been played in more similar conditions to the match that is upcoming here on the Demos People Arena at the W100 Shrewsbury. So yeah, that was a massive tournament for this pair out there, and it was in the first round that they got the better of Godetsky and Silva, 7-5, 6-love. So yeah, that's the standout previous result on paper when it comes to this match.
Yeah, we mentioned the experience that Dart and Godetsky have in terms of their doubles performances in the past. Godetsky won a WTA 125k title this year with Jodie Burridge in Stamford. Harriet Darts won one of those as well a couple of years ago with Asia Mohammed. And between them they have 24 doubles ITF level titles, so it would be a big win for them. Harriet Darts never won a W100. She has won higher level events, as I mentioned, the 125k WTA event.
And was 1 win away from a WTA trophy itself last summer. Fell to a pair of Brits. That was Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nichols. So she knows the ability of female players on the doubles court within the UK, and she'll be taking this contest seriously.
Yeah, Brooks and Hutchinson looking to make their first W100 final as a pairing and individually as well. A little more straightforward their passage through to this stage. Straight sets in the second round after beating the number 3 seeds Abduraimova and Cascino in a match tiebreak. Seats already filling up for the start of the day's play. Tennis has been pretty good this week compared to recent years, which is really encouraging, very exciting. And with so many British players performing well, that will add to the interest, of course. There is British interest in doubles and in singles today. And we're almost ready to get this doubles semi-final underway.
Well, immediately it's interesting that Dart and Godetsky opted to receive serve here. They know it's a more unfamiliar stage for Hutchinson and Brooks, just testing out where they might be in terms of their nerves at the beginning of this one. First time on Demos People Arena for Hutchinson and Brooks. Dart and Gudetsky did play their opening match on this court a few days ago. And they look pretty warmed up at the start of this one.
Breakpoint chances early on. This pairing, of course, both seeded in the singles as well. Dart 4, Gudetsky 3. That's a perfect start for the top seeds. That's exactly what they would have been looking to do here, put a bit of early pressure on the all-British pairing.
Yeah, Hutchinson gave herself a tough task there, going cross-court into that Gudetsky volley. She was on the up, the Aussie. So good start, and Gudetsky could do with this. I think she was quite disappointed about losing her quarter-final yesterday against the non-seeder Suzanne Lamens, who was playing really well. The player from the Netherlands is serving well, so after Gudetsky made a good start, when she made a couple of missteps actually in the forecourt, the pressure was immediately on her. This is a good chance to bounce back for her confidence moving forward into the next events. Flirted with disaster there with the length on the backhand. That was close, but so important to have taken advantage of one of those second serve points, particularly on the Gudetsky serve, which can be a weapon. It's important to impose themselves there.
That's a great return.
Yeah, and why not have the first delivery too? The off backhand, the trickier wing to get that angle.
Nicely worked again. They're going to hit back straight away here.
Yeah, I think in a match this big, with this occasion, they wouldn't be used to a crowd like this really yet. Hutchinson and Brooks, it may be a bit easier to find your footing, swing yourself into it on the return. Down the early breaker, a little bit looser here maybe
Serving away out of trouble.
Switching up her spots really nicely, Gadetsky. That first serve to save the break point into the body of Hutchinson. Judging it just right, but with the sudden death deuce aspect of the doubles scoring, still a break point here.
Great touch from Dart. A good recovery in that game from the top seeds.
Clutch and class in the forecourt from Dart. And she's a good partner for Gadetsky right now. She's naturally carries herself very confidently, will back herself from all areas of the court. So it's a good presence for Gadetsky to have alongside her.
Too good all over that second serve.
We talked about the potential for Hutchinson and Brooks to swing a bit more, but now Gadetsky's come through that service hold from the deficit. There's going to be a rush of adrenaline there, just freeing up. Now, what the crowd can't appreciate is the impact of the lighting sometimes here at the club. There's lighting down both sidelines. It gets a little dimmer in the middle, and it was actually Gadetsky that said earlier in the week sometimes you can lose that ball as it's dropping and miss time. Maybe just a bit of pressure on Brooks there as well.
Good response. And just came in a bit quick up against Hutchinson's body, so jammed there. Lack of reaction time to get out of the way. Chance to really stamp their authority here on this first set. Number one seeding. The double fault hands the break to Dart and Gadetsky. And what a start for the number one seeds. A double break in this first set. 3 games to love.
I think the fact they've come through 2 match tiebreaks already, you don't want to be pushed that early, but also it kind of settles them in here. They've had time on court, they've had time alongside each other. This isn't a regular doubles pairing like their opponents are today, but they seem comfortable with each other. I would think they were practicing together even when they had the singles action coming up, so just very aware of each other's strengths and how they complement each other. And of course, by far the more experienced pair today, whether alongside each other or elsewhere, which definitely helps. They've seen some huge stadiums, the two of them, start playing that mixed doubles final on centre court, and Olivia Gadetsky seeing some of the biggest arenas of the Australian Open this season, made the semi-finals of the mixed doubles alongside, I think it was Mark Polman's, I'll double check on that, but they only lost 11-9 in the match tiebreak to the eventual champions, Rafael Bantos and Luisa Stefani, so she's got some good doubles play under her belt this year.
Good dart serving for the first time.
I felt Dart was actually really unfortunate with her singles draw this week. She was the number 4 seed, but to get a lower ranked, very talented Brit in Marnie Banks, who'd already come through another player who was tough as nails at the back of the court, Katie Dunn. She had good stylistic preparation for facing Dart and was riding a wave of serious confidence, as she still is, into the semi-finals, having backed up that win with great court awareness and power tennis. They're the reaction skills that Dart is capable of. Didn't look rushed at all there. Good balance and a great lead at the start of this match.
A confident start. Brooks and Hutchinson could do with getting a game on the board here just to settle into this match. Almost broke back in the second game.
The immediate angle on the return has been really effective from these two. Hutchinson has to be so careful now with her first delivery, not just the placement, but how she's sending that serve down. Touch the roof. I don't think that was the wrong move to serve body at Gadecki, but maybe just needed a bit more kick on it to make it more difficult. Got to credit these two for how they've stood up and taken the game on and taken time away.
Making that experience and quality count at the moment. Dart and Gadetsky. Game away from wrapping up the first set. 5 games to love.
A fast and furious start, and this can happen if one team gets a particularly strong start. With the doubles format, the sudden death deuce, You know, when you've been playing singles earlier in the week as well, you feel like you have more space to swing into. Hutchinson lost in qualifying. Brooks is a double specialist. So for these two, it's quite a formidable pairing we're seeing so far, and they're running with momentum, and it can be very tough to have the time to slow that down, particularly if you're not getting cheap points off your serve, and these two know the quality returning that they're up against today.
Yeah, pretty ruthless so far from Darta Gadetsky. They've won the last 10 points. Really are just on a roll at the moment.
It's suffocating for Hutchinson and Brooks because down this far, you'd think maybe they'd be able to swing a bit, but they know they have to do serious work with the return and hit some fine margins to really put these two under pressure. And there is the sense of them just feeling rushed. Return straight into Dart there, and she's going to eat that up for lunch.
Well, 14 straight points to wrap up the opening set for Dart and Gadetsky, the #1 seeds, looking really impressive out here. 6 games to love for the loss of just 7 points.
Yeah, that was a steamroll ultimately, and it's easy to forget that they saved break points in the opening game of the match, and that's where it all began for them. The fact that if any of those break points had gone the way of Hutchinson and Brooks, well, actually, this was the second game, sorry, they saved break points because Hutchinson and Brooks were looking to break back with the break points. And if either of those points had gone the way of the non-seeded team, then maybe this would have been a bit more competitive, a little different. But I believe in momentum in sport, in tennis, and these two rolled with it and definitely were playing with freedom and seeing that ball really big, which can be the case when you've had a few singles matches under your belt during the week as well in these conditions.
Yeah, some harsh lessons out there at the moment for Brooks and Hutchinson. Utterly ruthless. The #1 seeds. 14 points in a row at the end of that first set. It's Hutchinson to serve now.
I think the one thing about a set that quick is that it makes it a bit easier to close the door on it if you've lost that set. I mean, Suzanne Lemens is on a 6-set winning streak, but she lost the opening set of her campaign here 6-1. Won the next set 6-love. It's a nice interception from Maddie Brooks.
Because you have that match tiebreak, of course, rather than a third set, it doesn't seem like such a big mountain to climb. And you are trying to fight back from a set down.
It's a really smart switch up of height from the dart there to get Brooks reaching right up. She's tall, Maddie Brooks, but not this tall. Immediately capitalized.
The streak continues.
The immediate return pressure, you can feel it even from a distance. You can see it happening. And I think Hutchinson maybe just still a little ruffled from the opening set, and it's hard when it's happening that fast. Maybe on the serve from now, Brooks and Hutchinson can maybe take a little more time between points, just do what's in their power to get a little more comfortable, because they're being kept very uncomfortable out here. They have Team F coach Tiana Brady on their side of the court now, just having a word with him, maybe just to keep their calm and their focus as much as anything.
Certainly wouldn't know it's only their third match playing as a pairing.
It's great doubles. And sensing, I think, the force that Brooks can be at the net when she's got the volley and her strikes on, they're really unafraid of trying to get the ball over her. And that was a great clean punch from Hutchinson, really going after the ball, moving up to it. Spent 5 years out in the States, Hutchinson, playing college tennis at Old Dominion University. She's had so many injuries that have stalled her progress, made her reroute her professional path a few times. It's big for her to be on a stage like this today. Testament to her resilience. Well done, because there is pressure to capitalise on any slight opportunity now, and that could leave them tight. And that was a fluid backhand strike to finish things off. Capitalising on good work in the forecourt.
Great response again. Opening here. Make the most of it. Return goes into the net. It is another game on the board for the #1 seeds, backing up the break.
And it's a repeat of the opening set, saving break point on the Gadetsky serve in the second game. It's that bit easier to stay cool in the pressure moments when you already have that lead beneath you. They've broken in the opening game of both sets, these two. They're being so purposeful with the first strike behind the serve out here, these two. And Brooks, she's 6 foot tall. She can really utilize that first serve. Hutchinson with the energy in the forecourt.
And I feel a bit better after that. First game on the board, a hole to love. They are still a breakdown in this second set. Darden Gadetsky looking comfortable. And that was an important game. And good to get one on the board.
Yeah, good to see them smiling as well. Yeah, that serve of Brooks really utilised, and great intensity from Hutchinson in the forecourt to just make the returning job a little trickier for the top seeds. Yeah, they're a great example, Hutchinson and Brooks, of how hard you have to work to forge a pro career. Brooks has a really unusual background. She just picked tennis up when she was approaching her double digits in age at a summer camp, and for a long time, well, her family home is out in Norfolk. They're kind of on a farm. They own sheep. She has a favorite pet sheep called Marmite, and that's more or less still base for Brooks, even though she trains at Team Bath with Hutchinson. It's too costly to be based out there at the moment, so her travel days over there to train are 4 hours each way. And she'll find different people to stay with for a few days while she's there, but that's the graft inside of the country before you put the travel and the grind of the professional circuit on top of that. Also, she's only taken the pro career seriously much more recently, Brooks, hence the doubles ranking isn't quite where it could be at the moment. Love that switch up from Hutchinson, recognizing that she was being pushed onto the back foot and getting creative with that lob. Defensive shot, but great height on it, enough to trouble.
And just starting to have a little bit more of an impact. Threatening more in this match now.
That one will sting because she's made the right move behind the return. Brooks, on both occasions, rushing up to the net immediately behind that, taking it on the ascendancy.
Superb return. Opportunity this is, effectively 2 break points here.
Height of the bounce, and Godetsky with very little time to adjust for that. Huge moment, and they've slowed this down, these two.
Really big point here, potentially, in the context of the set and the match. Once again, when it comes down to it, Dart and Godetsky have the answers.
Such good positioning there, Dart, getting low with the legs, and it was not obvious where she was sending that backhand. Kept it low, which is key with Brooks' height in the forecourt. If you're not going to lob her and get it high, you really have to be precise with that strike through. Impressive on the second of those break points.
a rare miss from Gadetsky at the net.
It was great defensive work, not just from Hutchinson at the back, but Brooks with a pretty tough off volley there to keep the exchange going, just giving Gadetsky enough time to make the misstep.
Again at the net by Brooks this time. Quick reactions.
That was the pressure of Gadetsky standing tall in the forecourt. She has some stature herself, and Hutchinson just misjudging how much space she had with the off forehand, trying to keep Dart under pressure at the back as well as keeping it out of the Aussies' reach. I think respect there for the level.
Another deciding point, and Dart and Gadetsky been able to come up with the answers in these situations throughout this match.
Feels like a lifeline point in this match, this one. Double break deficit, that is a massive hole to dig out of.
Such an important hold. Keeps them in contention here in the second set. Down a break still. But it was absolutely vital they won that point in that game. 3-2. Still very much in this.
Oh, I think that's a settler of a service hold. They've done well there. There comes a point in a match, and they've lost, what, 8 straight games, where you're starting to think, let's make it look respectable. Even if we're going to lose this match, let's at least come away with a game or two, and that's what they've done now, so they can start thinking about building on that, and they have got closer on the return.
Yeah, certainly asking more questions of Gadetsky and Dart at the moment. Can they just come up in those big moments, on those key points? Things can change pretty quickly.
Just a brilliant story from earlier in the week. They won the first round match, these two, and Maddie Brooks had used a certain toilet. So ahead of their second match, she was waiting and waiting for the toilet she'd used previously to free up, because these tennis players can get superstitious. She said, I was waiting to the point where I thought we're going to get a game penalty because I'm going to be late to court. So she used a different toilet, and she was terrified that maybe that was going to undo all the hard work of the first round. It did not.
I imagine it won't stop her being superstitious though.
I just wonder if she used one of the same ones or if she used the other one, and whether, you know, it needs to be different every time to keep the wins going. She didn't know. It's a bit of a dilemma this morning. No, it's not work. And it's a funny story, but professional athletes do get like that right to the top of the sport. Think of Rafael Nadal. Why is he spending all that time lining up his water bottles at the side of the court, making sure he doesn't step on the cracks? Routine.
That'll be my first step. Go and kick him over. See what happens. I don't think it would go down very well.
It's about making yourself comfortable with what's in your control.
Anything to enforce that positive mindset, I guess. I guess that's the reason for it. Whatever happens today, it'll be new career high doubles rankings for Hutchinson and Brooks into the top 300 for the first time.
Yeah, that was a statement hold off the back of saving break points in the previous service game, and Hutchinson coming through with a hold up against some pressure. That one much more straightforward.
Serving here from Brooks.
Yeah, I don't think they've lost a point behind her serve in this set. Previous love hold for Brooks. And when she served first in this match, they were already down 2-love because Hutchinson opened the match. So at that point, there would have been a bit of tightness in the shoulders, maybe. Brooks feeling like she was having to step up and carry a lot for her team. She's settled now.
Back-to-back love holds for Brooks, and that is another important game. Keeps them in touch. Still a breakdown, but of course with that sudden death nature of the games, a break of serve just that little bit more possible, a little bit more likely.
Yeah, anything could happen. I think that's been the case for the team waiting in the final tomorrow, the number 4 seeds, Elena Malagina and Barbora Politseva, playing together for the first time, and both came here with a singles focus, both lost in the second round and fully focused on that doubles court now. They took the win over the more consistent pairing and the higher ranked duo of Emily Appleton and Isabel Haverlag, the number 2 seeds last night. That was 10-6 in the match tiebreak. So those two could prove some stiff competition for whoever comes through this clash. Politseva, by the way, beat Karolina Mukova here in singles last year when she was just 18 years old, Politseva, and Mukova since then. Roland Garros runner-up. Not a bad win to have to your name.
Dart to serve.
oomph on that smash volley just to make the point. They're still present in this game, these two, but it's very much on Harriet Dart's racket.
Swift hold. And 1 game away from reaching the final. Really good return there from Dart.
Yeah, trickier than she made it look there, that backhand volley. But she put the pressure on the Gadetsky backhand. Nice positioning up close to the net. To swat that one away.
Huge point here. Top seeds potentially just a couple of points away now. Brilliantly done by Dart. It's a deciding point in this game, but also a match point for the top seeds. And the number 1 seeds move on to the final. Dart and Gadetsky with a straight set win. An impressive performance. And they will face Malakina and Politova in tomorrow's final. An excellent run for Holly Hutchinson and Madeline Brooks comes to an end. Dart and Gadetsky winning 6-love, 6-3 and moving on to the final. So singles action on the way, both semi-finals to come. And after that impressive performance and victory, we'll be getting a few words from the winners here, Harriet Dart and Olivia Gadetsky.
Some of the biggest stages in the sport on the double sport. We've reached the semi-finals of the Australian Open mixed doubles earlier this season. Harriet was in the final of Wimbledon in the mixed doubles. I wonder if and how having experienced our stages in history as well.
For sure, I mean, the more you compete on the big stages, the more comfortable you get. And, I remember the first time I played a big event like Shrewsbury, and I think really intimidated to start with, especially, you can be very crowd. It's sometimes really overwhelming, but the more you pick stuff out, the more you can play versus team targets is great. And also, focus on the singles, and it's honestly so good to see you out there. Often, I feel like that's a big thing.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Second match of the day and the first of the singles semi-finals here in Shrewsbury, and the number 1 seed in action, Victoria Golubic, taking on Susan Lamons of the Netherlands. Looking for her first ever W100 title. Victoria Golubic, the highest ranked player in the draw. Former Wimbledon quarter-finalist, of course, an Olympic silver medalist. Quite the profile to bring into an event of this level. And it should be a terrific semi-final as well, with Susan Lamons in really good form this week. I'm hoping to cause an upset. Both of the top 2 seeds are in action in the semi-finals, with Oceane Dodan taking on Marnie Banks following the conclusion of this one. So we are in for some more great tennis over the next few hours. Oscar Chamberlain and Abigail Johnson here again to take you through the action. And Abigail, we just have the doubles final set now. So it's on to the singles, and you know, this is quite some top seed to come into this event. Golubic, hugely experienced, has won an awful lot, achieved an awful lot in her career, and a really good player.
Yeah, and in form. 8-match winning streak after the title she picked up in France last week, which I believe was also on an indoor hard court. So she's got some rhythm going, Golubic, and she'll be grateful for that, because it was abrupt. Her quarter-final defeat of Fran Jones ended through retirement of 4-3 in the opening set. So I think maybe she'd have liked to play a bit more tennis, Golubic, but she did make up for that prior to the quarterfinals. It was a 6-4, 6-1 defeat of Isabel Lacey on this very court in round 1. But then Nagina Abdurrahimova gave her some trouble on the outside court. She was down a set, Golubic, but came back strongly, 4-6, 6-2, 6-1, and we've seen her court craft out here. She's not going to blow you off the court with her serve too many times, but she can really use the full perimeter of the court to make you uncomfortable, and can bring down the tempo really impressively as well, and just control that herself. So that's going to be something for Lamens to watch out for, because she's been keeping the points fairly short, Lamens, I would say, so far this week, and she might not get all that much opportunity to do so today. We'll see.
Yeah, you mentioned Lamens, and she's had a really good week, and you mentioned before she lost her first set pretty quickly. Hasn't lost the set since. She's beaten some good players, beaten seeds to get to this stage, and this is a huge match for her. She's not played at a final of this level before, so she can cause another upset here today and be a really significant moment in her career. Yeah,
I think it's been a nice status for her to have, I think, coming through the draw. Bit of an underdog, not looked at too closely with the draw that she's had until her last match against the number 3 seed Olivia Godetsky. I mean, prior to that, she was still on Demos People Arena. She played against Katie Swan, home player, and I think that was really the statement win for Lamens, because that was straight sets against a really quality player who came through her first round easily, and who brings quite a similar game style to the court as Lamens, and routinely in the big moments it was the player from the Netherlands who was able to impose herself first, and she continued that theme against Godetsky. It was a very high quality opening few games, but then it was Lamens who was finding her marks more regularly and just pressurizing Godetsky when she got up the court, making her hit that extra ball and making her think, this girl looks locked in. I've been really impressed with her attitude, the way she's carried herself on court this week. And it's going to be interesting to me if she gets closer in the contest, like how she reacts to that, because she's not been down since that opening set of her opening match.
And Golubic, no doubt, will be looking to really put her foot down early on and establish her position in this match. She is on an 8-match winning run, as you mentioned. Very capable of producing high-level performances. She's beaten a couple of top 10 players in her career as well. Not to mention going deep in Grand Slams and winning an Olympic silver medal alongside Belinda Bencic a couple of years ago. It will be fascinating to see how this match unfolds. First of the 2 semi-finals, Dodan against Banks to come. It's Golubic to serve first.
kind of thing we've been seeing from Lamens all week. You'd expect her to win the majority of the points between 2 to 5 shots. From there, Golubic would back it to be her own territory. With the serve not being as big a weapon for Golubic, there's going to be the temptation to do a little bit more with the second. More so with placement, so there's always danger of that ball creeping long or wide.
Golubic back at this tournament for the first time in 9 years. Quarter-finalist in 2014. Next to the eventual champion, who she could play in tomorrow's final.
Yeah, she says the club looks a little different to how it did back then. The longest rally of the match won by Lamens. That's a good sign for the player ranked in the top 250, and good patience as well. Just because Golubic has the one-handed backhand, yeah, it's the more obvious wing to strike into, but it doesn't mean it's going to break down easily. You've got to do the work there.
There's a hold. Tough one for the #1 seed.
Yeah, it's a good start with the way Lamens has been seeing the ball big, hitting big from the offset. You don't want to give her that early platform of break of serve to keep going after her shots. She's really settled into these conditions now, Lamens, but Golubic, she just has this incredible ability to work the point into her favor. There's a tough shot, a fierce ground stroke coming her way, and she can neutralize it. She can start to control the court again. And the precision really has to be immediate from Lamens today to stay on top of the top seed. saw it from the very first point of this game. Third ball from the men's side of the court, and she's going for that low margin for error shot, the backhand down the line. That's beautifully done. Against some serious hand skills from Golubic, able to dip a volley that didn't look like it would come back. Stretched her enough to leave her minimized on options, and ends with the foresight to take advantage. See how far Golubic kept Lamens back behind the baseline. She has not had to play an awful lot of tennis from there this week, the player from the Netherlands, so that's going to be a fascinating aspect of this clash.
It's just long, so Golubic gets the early break. Hard work holding serve in that opening game. She's backed it up with that break of serve.
Yeah, that big serve under scoreboard pressure proving vital now for Golubic, and for Lamens, you can't fault what she did there though, going for the forehand behind the serve. She has to play her A game and stay aggressive whatever the scoreline. And that's a smart return to date. Going into the body, she has a bit more margin, but she can still go big and take the time away from her opponent.
Nicely done. That's where she wants to be, higher up the court.
Yeah, and on the backhand, taking that ball on, moving through it. So different to the one where she was pegged behind the baseline. Well, she needs that bit of margin on the scoreboard, I think. Such is Golubic's staying power.
First breakpoint saved. Second one that she's saved in this match already.
Again, note that Golubic from the first ball has kept Lamens behind the baseline there by a long stride. And she's worked it in completely different ways on the first of the break points, going deep to the body just to keep Lamens at bay. She has options to keep her opponent on the other end of the string.
Creating more chances though. Breakpoint number 3.
The first serve percentage just feels so much more important for Golubic, actually. See how short that ball is in the box, and Lamens able to step up quickly, get it in the slot of her forehand.
Good response again.
She's got to be so willing to take this ball on the rise, Lamens, because she has to own the baseline, get on top of it, play up close to this court as much as possible. It's breathtaking to behold when she really gets the center of the racket on that backhand. She's got such a great follow through the shot. I mean, look at these back to back. Gorgeous control. On it. Another really good exchange. Knocking on the door here, Lamens, but Golubic is coming up with what she needs at the right time. That's so smart with the placement of the forehand from Lamens. Golubic looked ready to Houdini that point. I mean, that forehand landed against the odds, but her momentum carrying too far into the direction of the backhand corner. Lamens did well to get behind that ball and spot that.
Knocking on the door here. Point number 5 in this game. And this time, she makes it count. That has been coming. She's off the mark and breaks back. 2-1 lead for Golubic in this first set.
Well, that was a really quality break back from Lament. You can't pinpoint anything that Golubic did particularly wrong or badly there. It was Lament's stepping up continuously when her opponent had chances to close, and I think the way Golubic had to mix through her options there, change it up from the baseline, move up the court, just shows the impact that Lament's is having, making her think through it, forcing her to resort to different tactics, and the non-seeder should take encouragement from that she is creating that on the Swiss player's side of the net. Making her presence really well known, the 24-year-old.
Yeah, it would have been harsh to find herself 3-love down on the scoreboard had she not managed to get that break back. If there were any nerves ahead of what is a really big match for her. She'll be feeling a little more settled now.
That's rare, just a complete miss-hit there from Laments. It's different when you're back on serve, have something to lose again.
Opportunity for Golubic to reclaim the lead here. After working so hard to get that break back in the previous game.
You would almost have backed her to make that.
Very solid there for Golubic.
And that's how she's going to win points out here. Just penalising Lomens in the end for the couple of double faults. Made her work that bit harder to get back in touch. And you said it, Oscar, Lomens did work so hard for that break back. Could just have been a bit of a hangover effect in the wake of the amount of effort she put in to sustain that high level in the previous game. Golubic looking to make the strong start count.
Nice to put away.
She's going to be dangerous, Lomens. She'd say that on an average day she's a bit more comfortable on the return. I think she's almost surprised herself by just how well she's been serving so far this week, but it's the return that would be really key in this contest. She's going to get a look at some slightly slower deliveries.
Nicely done there from Golubic. Beautifully done. She's getting breakpoint chances in every single one of Golubic's service games. 2 more if she needs them here. One required. And another break of serve. 4 in the opening 5 games of this first set. Golubic leading 3-2.
Well, they asked the question straight away as to how she would respond to being down and to pressure, and so far that's where she's played her best tennis in this match. Lomens, she's let that light of fire inside of her make her more aggressive, more urgent, and loving seeing that commitment to the game plan and commitment to the right way of playing. A lot of players, if they're down, they can become a bit more passive, try to play it a little bit more safe. Lomens, when she's down, she's going for it all the more. And now it's a case of whether she can transfer that form on the return into her service games to really make this a tight contest.
Yeah, yet to hold serve, of course. Certainly making this competitive. Kind of got a similar story in both semi-finals. You've got players who you'd expect to be there, the 2 top seeds, of course, and then 2 players who have perhaps exceeded expectations already.
how you want to get into the Golubic one-handed backhand, hard and flat, with depth. Force her to take it on the rise, get down low to it, and she's got less control, less precision. Just throwing the kitchen sink at it in this game.
Outstanding. Holds for the first time in the match. Backs at the break really impressively.
If you were just watching Lamens in Shrewsbury this week, you might be surprised to take a look at her recent results and find out that she contested her last 18 events on clay courts, which is the slower surface in the sport. She last contested a hard court event in February. And I went up to her earlier and I said, I was looking at your recent results. She said, you're going to ask me why I've played so much on clay. Traditionally her favourite surface growing up. And what clay does for you, sorry Oscar, I think I've jumped the gun and answered your question already. It makes you a well-rounded competitor, and something people don't always understand about why big hitters can do well on clay is you get time on the ball. It can sit up in front of you if the opponent doesn't get the length of shot, and then you get it center of the racket and can really take a swing, and she's doing that time and time again here in Shrewsbury. Case in point just there for love 15. Smart of Golubic to use a few shorter angles immediately behind the serve. She's got the ability to start the point here and really use the width of the court against Lamens. She's getting a lot of balls in the sweet spot, her opponent right now.
Wants to keep the pressure up here, Lamens. Standing again.
Having such clarity about the way she needs to play out here to avoid Golubic pulling her around is helping her channel her power, I think. Looking for the winner on either her second or third shot. Full commitment to her choice.
Golubic, I'm sure it was out.
Her serve.
Another return, I think.
Oh yeah, why she's looking here. I just thought she was indicating down the other end of the court for a moment. Well, she's made her point and she moves on. I think that's what a top player does. No, she's not going to change anything, but it's a massive moment. She just came off the forehand on top of the court, a fraction, Lamens, and that was all Golubic needed to turn that point around. It looked like a sure break for half a second there. Been shown the fine margins very clearly. And you can understand that miss in the aftermath of that. She's being asked to play at her ceiling, point in, point out here at Lamens, and sustain a real 5th gear, 6th gear pace of shot. And that is hard to do beyond 2 to 3 shots.
Really competitive opening set here. The number 1 seed is under a fair bit of pressure.
I like that from Lamens in terms of, we mentioned the clay and playing on the clay. The topspin forehand can work incredibly well with the height of the bounce on that surface. Put a bit more shape on her forehand that time around and dug deep into the Golubic backhand. It is so tough to hit that one-handed backhand from up high.
Another break point. She's had plenty of these so far. It's outstanding. Lamens with the break. She's turned this set in her favour from a break down and 3-1 to a break up and 4-3.
So insightful at the end of that game was how she finally kind of pulled Golubic into playing her way. Just her patience and the sustained level of her tennis out here. The forehand rip across court from Golubic, that's not a typical shot from her, and it almost seemed a little bit desperate in an effort to finish off the point. Lamens did not mind that pace at all and was able to use it right back at her opponent, and here she is, having turned the early break deficit on its head, and as she continues to announce herself here in Shrewsbury.
New balls and upper break here now, Lamens. It's close, that one.
And this is where we saw Lamens stumble a little before when she got back on serve in this set. She's on a 3-game win streak now, Lamens. She was down the early break, and then she went down a break again at 3-1, and there was just the wobble after the amount of effort it took to break back. Looking to keep the conviction on her shots this time around. I like that, getting up to the ball and just a punch with the backhand, not overplaying it. Nice shorter central ball to work with, and executes it clinically.
It's another good hold. Another turnaround in this set.
That's a great hold considering the scoreboard situation. Yeah, she had momentum going into that, Lamens, but that was the first time to seriously build a lead in this match. Break consolidated. And Victoria Golubic has not been under this pressure for a little while.
Superb again. Unfortunate, couldn't do anything about that.
If she didn't everything right, Lamens, up to that point. And with that volley, she's able to get herself inside the service line. Maybe hadn't covered the cross court, but still she was in prime position to win that exchange. And massive difference with the scoreboard pressure on Golubic between 15-all and love 30.
Well, first time in this match that Golubic has not faced a break point on serve. But it will be the Dutch player to serve for the opening set. 5-4.
Well, that was Golubic's chance to turn the tide. It suddenly makes the back end of the set really interesting, because if Lamens had gone love 30, I'd have backed her to break for the opener. She had the string of games 4 in a row. She had the game, the execution at that point to really get on top of Golubic and make her feel the moment. As it is now, she goes to serve for the set over the top seed as the underdog without a safety net. So mentally, if she's to lose one of the first 2 points here, it could get quite tricky for Lamens.
Well, this is where that experience and quality could come through for Golubic. Played enough big matches to know how to stay calm in these situations.
She's looking ready to put questions to bed, Lamens. What a start to this game from deep behind the baseline to come out with that angle. That's big on point one.
Huge point here. And nice touch from Golubic. Almost looked as though Le Mans thought she'd done enough here.
I understand the shot in theory with Golubic being back in the court, but that's not how Lamens has been winning this match. She's been doing it by going for her shots and keeping them deep. I think that's the first time we've actually seen her execute the drop shot. She's not needed that. That's Golubic's territory.
Great way to respond, though.
Yeah, it could have gone very wrong there very quickly. And again, the more of those longer exchanges that she wins, the better she's going to feel in this contest, because that's Golubic's hunting ground coming into the matchup.
Chance though to break back. It's been a really competitive set. There's a break back for the top seed.
Oh, that's well done. just outfoxed in the air, ends there on ends. And this is what I love about this tournament at the Shrewsbury Club. Everyone that comes into the house today gets to see the kind of level that's out there outside the top 100. I mean, this has been a quality set, and you've got to nitpick at what Lamens did wrong there. You've got to go back to the drop shot. Just the moment she inserted it 30 all, just hinted at the pressure in that game in that moment, and Golubic has the experience to take advantage of that. Just left the non-seeder with more work to do from there on out.
Yeah, really interesting when you think back to that point in particular, which could end up being a really decisive one in this set. And talk about the sport being about fine margins, and that's just an example. It's that split-second decision making, doing something that she hasn't been doing throughout the match. It's such a key moment. You wonder why she made that choice. You get the element of surprise, that's a possibility, but it's a big risk. You know that the other things have been working well.
And Golubic's quality, just getting it overthinking. That was the highest quality pickup on the forehand to set up that finish. Showing the range of her repertoire, the soft hands here, just to take the exchange back by the scruff of the neck. I think it was really telling that the big smile on Golubic's face after the previous backhand, just enjoying the moment, acknowledging her own quality, and settling back into this set.
What a response, though.
Yeah, if she's going with that shorter angle, it has to be so good, because she dropped that ball shorter and it's out in front of Lamens. She's got the opportunity to lean through it and really rifle through her shot the way she has done there.
Get the sense of Golubic is stepping it up a little here.
Well, if it becomes a little closer, I think she has the depth of options to cause greater trouble. She has the serving advantage now as well. Her timing at the back of the court in this game has been incredible. Oh, she just did it there, neutralized a power hit from Lamens and forced her off balance.
Well, breaking back and holding. And on we go in the first set. 6-5. Fascinating battle.
Yeah, it's awesome, this match. Living up to the expectations of what we've seen throughout the week. And you said it, Oscar, Lamens is trying to make the biggest final of her season. And she could feel the pressure of capitalizing on what she's done this week and keeping the form going. But no, both players have brought into this match the quality we knew they could from the previous matches here at the Shrewsbury Club. And it's just a pleasure to watch tennis like this. I genuinely think it's been a really high standard across the board. There were a few one-sided matches in the opening couple of rounds, but since quarterfinals, it's really, really delivered. And we've got to give a shout out to a player who's not present today, but very nearly was. 14-year-old Hannah Klugman came through qualifying and played 2 outrageous matches in the main draw, one of which she lost yesterday to Oceane Dodin, the number 2 seed, but a game of aces to close out the second set. She's one to watch for the future, Hannah Klugman, and for the time being, I would say, as well.
She came close to winning the first set in that one as well, didn't she?
5-1 up.
Incredible performance.
Didn't do a lot wrong from that.
Service game here now. We had that chance to serve out the first set.
I think Golubic really settled herself in with that previous hold. Not because it was straightforward, but the way she was able to control it throughout and control so many of those longer rallies. Sure of her footing at the back of the court.
Superb from Golubic. Really up against it at times in this set. There's just been a little shift in the last few minutes. Double set point now for the number 1 seed. Sees it out in style, Golubic. The way she finished off that opening set was hugely impressive. Up against it, but coming through. 7 games to 5. She leads by 1 set to love.
Oh, incredibly classy. 4 straight games one way and then 4 straight games the other to finish off. And Golubic just really able to impose her style of play at the back end of that set. Mixing it up in those longer rallies. I think when those rallies extended earlier on in the set, Lamens maybe had a bit more rhythm to work with. Even though Golubic was not out hitting her opponent, it was a brilliant demonstration of being able to control a point and have the reins in your hands without having the biggest shot on court, without having the power play. Golubic is so clever, so crafty, and so confident in her ability, and that really came through at the back end of the set. Lamens will be disappointed because of that one moment, 30-all, serving for it, drop shot. And it shows what a great set she played, that is the moment she's going to be hung up over, because really that could have happened to anyone in that situation against that opponent.
Yeah, it was such a big moment for her. Again, it's
just that split-second decision-making. She obviously felt it was the right moment to try something a little bit different. If it had worked, it would have been a genius move.
If it had worked, we'd be applauding her. So it is really tough out there. Very, very fine margins.
She's got to put that first set behind her now. Take a lot of positives from it. It's Golubic to get the second set underway.
It might seem obvious, but definitely feels more important for Lemens to have a strong start to this second set. She started the slower of the two in the opening set, and as well as she turned things around, left herself with a lot of work to do. We're deeper into the week now, a lot of match play, a lot of time on court, even with some of the straight sets wins she's had to work for them, Lemens. Ultimately, I think Hannah Klugman got tired yesterday, understandably, made the difference in the decider. Every player is going to feel that fatigue at some point.
Nicely done.
That's a leap from Lemens. At least in the face of the 30-love deficit as well. And look at how she's used the perimeter of the court. Shorter angle there, has Golubic scrambling to recover deep into the corner for the winner. Great skill set she possesses too.
Great chance here. She was getting plenty of breakpoint chances in that first set as well. Brilliant. That is the way to respond. 30 love down in that game as well.
Yeah, 4 points in a row. She worked for it, Lemens. A little bit unfortunate for Golubic to have to readjust to that net cord that rocked her back on her heels, but Lemens has the big shots to take advantage, and great to see her still looking to play her brand of tennis, still backing herself at the beginning of this second set. She had to break through early, it felt like, and she's managed it in the very first game. Really impressive stuff from the world number 242. Well, it was in the doubles she won that silver medal, Golubic, and you can see how she's a force on the doubles court. the soft hands to control that ball from a lower position, dipping over the net. Not the first time she's done so in this clash.
It really has been a good response from the men's here in the second set. Back up the break here. Oh, it's a great touch.
That's sensational. They're really well done, Lemens. Golubic going for it on the return, but not quite enough to prevent that move being turned against her. A bit of a miss it, I think, from Lemens on the hooked backhand cross court. Kept the ball short, but used her own brain and her own artillery to execute the final winner, and that was seriously impressive. For a consolidation of the break.
Some defence from Suzanne Lemens.
Oh, the way she took it on up the court as well, relentlessly increasing the pace. Reminding Golubic who's out in front in this set. That is absolutely phenomenal. Oh my word, on her back foot. Oh, she's giving her opponent a taste of her own medicine here. Lomens, what a strike and just outrageous placement. I mean, you've just got to say too good to that. The pressure was felt with the shorter serve, and Lomens added to it.
What a way to react. Losing a first set, you serve for it. To come out with a double break in the second as the underdog. Just didn't really see this coming at the start of the second set because of the way Golubic finished off that first set. Very different match in her hands now.
And she's been up, Golubic, in both her service games in this set. Now she's down a double break. I mean, that is some response from Suzanne Lomens. Her dad, René, owns a car dealership at home in the Netherlands. One of the title sponsors here at the W100 Shrewsbury is Budgen Motors. I kind of think her dad should be naming his car dealership Bludgeon Motors after Suzanne Lomens, because she absolutely rips the ball fearlessly. Yeah, she's a destroyer with the racket, and Golubic is maybe a bit surprised by how confidently she's still stepping up to the plate here, Lomens, after she lost the first set so narrowly. She's got to be quietly impressed, although irritated by this turnaround from the world number 242.
A lot to do in this second set here for the number 1 seed. Have great experience and quality, more than enough ability to get back on track. More big hitting though from her opponent.
I love how fired up she is. I think it was essential at the beginning of this second set, and look, she has to play another set and a half if she wants to win this match. Could still get fatigued. But she can't play with the third set in mind. She has to get there first, and this is the brand of tennis she needs to produce in order to make it to that decider.
Opening for Golubic.
I did say, though, in the opening set about Lomens being forced to play at her ceiling. I think she's even taken a greater step up at the beginning of this set, so it has to be so maintained. It's a high level she's producing, and we saw that from Simona Volta in her first set against Amani Banks yesterday. She couldn't sustain through 3 sets.
One break back.
once again, that's her class, just keeping calm, Golubic. And she would have been telling herself, well, she can't maintain that level forever. Maybe even till the end of the set, maybe even into the start of the third, but not always in this clash. I think she did take it up another gear, Lamens, to recover from being down on the return in a couple of games. Still has one break on the board here. She does keep stepping up to go for it, though, Lamens. Even if she misses the shot, the pressure is then on in the next point. Golubic knows that if she doesn't put enough on the first ball behind the serve, Lamens is going to be all over it. It's the attitude that has the biggest impact.
See that one just miss. Once again, really going after it. Reclaim the double break here.
That's case in point. She missed the previous return, Lamens, but went after it. And there's Golubic going for fine margin up the forehand on the line.
Superbly done. Not phased at all by that previous game in which she was broken. Responds in the best way possible. 4-1 lead. Double break re-established. 4-1 lead. Lamens. Keep pushing towards the end of the second set here. away by Golubic.
And serving had been so strong from Le Mans leading into this match, but more comfortable on the return in this particular encounter. Penalising the first shorter ball though, having played the majority of the rally from a stride behind the baseline, ripping the ball the moment she got the chance.
Beautiful from Golubic. A stunning backhand winner. Once again, closes the gap.
We've got to look at the match time now and the amount of time these players have been on court contesting a high level. We're almost at the hour 30 and some taxing rallies. Golubic able to extend with variety, then she's having to respond to the massive punches from Le Mans. Middle of the second set, this is the area of the contest where there could be a few more cheap points. Such has been the sustained level so far.
Sight that backhand when it's in full swing.
Yeah, and when it's on top of the baseline, just able to use the width of the court enough that Le Mans wasn't able to get the left hip behind her own backhand strike. Left that one short, and that was put away with impact.
Great hold from Golubic. Can start to ask a few more questions of Le Mans again. Still ahead in this set, but not quite as secure as she was. Again, we're just seeing that quality come through in that last game from Golubic.
Yeah, absolutely. And the forehand pick up to finish and get the angle immediately like that, reminiscent of the latter stages of the first set that swung the match fully in her favour. It's interesting, you kind of get the idea about why she's ranked where she is. Well, number 87, she reached a career high of number 35 just last year in the early stages of last season, and that's really impressive from Golubic to be peaking, I guess, kind of nearer the back end of her career. She's 31, but also why is the edge of the top 100? Well, she's got so many skills that other players on the tour just don't possess. She's got a range of options that you don't always see in that top 100. But she does not have the power play on a consistent basis, and you can see how someone who's bringing the brand of tennis that Le Mans brings to the table, point in and point out, could actually out-hit her in a contest.
Yeah.
So there are ways that other players can beat her across the calendar year, but she's always going to have a week or two where it really comes together for her, and her artillery is just too much, and obviously that was the case last week as well.
Going for a ninth straight win after winning the 125k WTA event in France last week. Third of her career. Big serious game, this one. Broken in her last two.
Well, a 4-1 double break, you wouldn't have called the turnaround, I don't think, not even with a player of Golubic's class, but now it's just the one game and just the one break. It really feels doable to get this done in straights. That's well done, though. That's the level that Le Mans needs to really get Golubic off balance, because more and more the top seed looking comfortable in all areas of the court.
Really important hold. Broken in her previous two games. Getting away from winning this second set. She's been here before.
It's interesting that was the first real opening, I would say, that Golubic has offered in recent games, that forehand miss. Even the one previously on the return, that was kind of a forced error, that forehand on the approach at a tight scoreline, 40-30. Looks a little tired. Maybe it was just pressurized, knowing the enormity of that moment. Great response here, though.
tight call. Kind of hold that Golubic should have wanted at this stage. Get the game done quickly. Test her opponent. Can she serve it out this time? She's been here before. Once again at 5-4 in the set. What could she do differently this time that will give her the outcome that she needs?
Lomens, as she serves for it, because this is the position, isn't it, that she was in that opening set. Don't drop shot. I mean, that's the obvious, isn't it?
Don't drop shot at 30 all.
I feel bad bringing that back up, but it was such a high quality opening set that it really did feel like the turning point of it.
Yeah.
I think this time, just back herself the way she has to get back out in front and maintain that lead at 5-3 in this game. Go after your shots, use your serve, which has really been in her favor for much of this week.
And more often than not, at the very highest level, you see players go for what they do best in the big moments.
She's just got to not overthink it here, and I say it as if it's easy after the way Golubic has stayed in touch in this set, but it's just so important to not think about the other side of the court at this point, Lomens. Just focus on the ball, do your thing. That was different. She was kind of forced into it with the slice from Golubic. Really good defensive slice, was still able to knife that ball and just force Lomens to change it up. Pretty key in the opening couple of points. And listen to that from Golubic. Suddenly she's loud. She knows the importance of being a presence on the court. That's not how she handles herself throughout the whole match.
It's all about timing.
Just brilliant switching up of the pace. I mean, this is elite stuff from Golubic. Just doing everything within her power to remind Lomens what happened at this point in the opening set. It's a great mental game that she's playing.
Well, it's an unfortunate end to that game, but it was a brilliant game from the #1 seed.
And a brilliant point. Do not let the final overhead distract from the counter-punching brilliance of Golubic to even have a chance in that rally. She was wrong-footed. She was sent power ball after power ball, and still she worked it into a position where she snatched it from the jaws of defeat. Tough for Lomens. looking up maybe into that dim spot. Didn't get the connection right, but in a strange kind of unconventional way, it was almost like Golubic forced the error. And of course, you expect Lomans to respond straight away, as she has done throughout this clash. Pulverized that backhand. And so much respect for her, whatever happens in this match, whether she wins in 3 or loses in straights. Every disappointment that's come her way, she stepped up in the face of it and played the right way.
She's giving herself a chance here.
This would rewrite the script. On this occasion in the opening set, Golubic held and the pressure was well and truly on as Lomans was broken for the set.
Outstanding. And Lomans will get a second chance to serve for the set. It's not following the script of the first. 6-5.
I'll reach deep to pull that off. Credit to Lomans for taking the game on once more, playing that big first strike tennis and still backing herself, and mentally it would have taken a lot to get over the disappointment of 5-all, because that's the second set in a row where it's happened. But maybe just able to appreciate how well Golubic did compose herself and construct the points to get back into this set. Now, particularly when you consider that it's a double break lead that evaporated, to push through once more is big time fighting stuff from Suzanne Lomans. Now, she would very much have earned a third set, but she does still have to earn it. She's got to serve this out, and her return has been stronger in this particular match.
Probably set out for both players. Golubic has been behind for the vast majority of this set. Once again, a breakdown.
So big, getting those first 2 points, just a little bit of a safety net that you feel like she needs trying to wrap this up. to show what quality returners these two are. Both of them are making a high percentage of first serves in this match, 75% for Golubic, 77% for Lamens. They are strong numbers. Each of them winning less than 50%. Of those first serve points, and that is how hard Lamens is having to work here to hold serve to get across the line. She might just do that.
Double set point. A superb hold and a superb second set. And we are going the distance. 7-5. The unseeded Dutch player levelling things up here. 1 set all.
Again, wherever it goes from here, you've got to be happy for Suzanne Lamens that she's managed to force a decider, because as much as a straight sets win for Golubic would have underlined her class and how she was able to come through in the biggest moments, on paper it might not fairly have represented how level Lamens has been in this clash. And look, Golubic has had her moments where she's put her nose out in front, but on the whole it's felt pretty 50-50. And I think maybe would still give Golubic the edge going into a decider. She's come through a 3-setter already that was closer than the 3-setter that Lamens came through. But at the same time, I'm not writing Lamens off at all, because if she can sustain that level, she can take the racket out of Golubic's hands on occasion. And it's all about whether she now has the belief and the confidence to see that through to the end.
Yeah, you have to admire the way she finished off that second set, because once it got back to 5-all, you just got the sense that maybe it was heading the same way as the first set. Golubic's body language and her manner on court in that 10th game in that second set, where she got things level, she broke back. You just thought that she was setting herself up to go and win this match, which she was maybe expecting to do at that point. But as you've mentioned plenty of times already, it's been the response from Lamens which has been so impressive every time. Every time she's, you know, dealt with a bit of adversity, she's then come out and performed really well. She did it even at the start of the second set after losing the first, got the early break. Yes, she was pegged back, and it was up and down for both players in that second set, but yeah, you're right, you really have to admire how well she's reacted. Her reaction has been good and positive, hasn't let things sit and fester. She hasn't dwelled on those mistakes, the few mistakes that she's made. Sets it up really well for what should be a fascinating final set.
Yeah, you've got to love this being on display in the semi-finals here at the W100 Shrewsbury. And you know, last year was a little bit of a stronger field in terms of the depth, and it was later in the season, this event last year, so you drew a few more top 100 players, and that's why the Marketa von Drusels of this world came through to the final, won the title. Ava Lees, who was runner-up last year, is currently contesting the semi-final of a WTA level event, so she's taken a step up. And I know you've kept an eye on that one this week, Oscar, but you just get to see now that it's not about players being any worse further down the rankings. It's just consistency often, and these players within the top 200 or so, I'd say even further, are so closely matched, and it's just brilliant to see a semi-final match here that has been so well contested by both players, and I think it's great for the tournament, it's great for women's tennis.
Yeah, terrific level of competition. Really interesting stories in both of the singles semi-finals today. You have the clear favourites, the experienced WTA Tour level players, strong favourites for the title. Two players who are still finding their way at this level. really will be fascinating to see how this third set unfolds. Golubic, with all her experience and know-how, struggled a little for consistency in this match. Seen plenty of flashes of brilliance. Our opponent has tested her throughout the contest. And it will be the #1 seed to get this final set underway.
This is the great thing about how Golubic has handled herself throughout this clash. She will not let that previous loss of the second set get to her at all. And she knows she produced a good level of tennis in that set. Ultimately, she had to, as Le Mans did in the opening set, had to turn things around at the back end, wasn't able to. Said at the beginning of the second set, it was so important for Le Mans to get the quicker start, and she did that. She got that double break. Golubic knows that it's about doing the same things, but doing it from the word go.
And she has got the hold at the start of set 3.
It's quite incredible, isn't it, to think that almost a decade later she could be facing off with Oceane Dodin here in Shrewsbury tomorrow for the second time. It just shows the longevity of players these days. And Dodin, it should be said, did come through quickly. She won both her titles here when she was a teenager. But still, as much as the teenage champions at Grand Slams are coming back through, the players in their 30s shouldn't be overlooked either.
Oh, did really well. Great reactions.
Right, it's great foot speed as well from Le Mans, and she was on top of the court, but that ball died dead, so to get up to it was big, and maybe Golubic a little bit surprised that she did get up to that, because it's unlike the Swiss player to send that volley straight back. Had an open court.
positive body language there from Golubic, the fist bump at the end of that point. She wants to put the pressure on early here in the third set.
Oh my, she's just caught that. Or has she? Golubic is gutted. I think she thinks that was wide. Let's have a look, another look at this. It's tough. Because it was back edge, wasn't it? It was baseline, so it could have been on the baseline but outside of the sideline. That's a big point as well. A couple of fine margins that have gone against Golubic in this game already. She hasn't really done anything wrong in this game, Golubic, apart from send that ball back at Lamens when she was in the forecourt, and I think that helped her in the following point, the fact that she knew she messed up. It was kind of on her racket. And she's still looking to keep this on her racket on the return. A little lucky Golubic. She had an open court, cross court, and she went down the middle. But again, Lamens, she had one bit of success with the drop shot when she went cross court. When she's gone into that zone, she's not won the point.
And she's got the break.
You've got to respect the fight. It became a little bit cat and mouse in that game, and if that was going to be the case, there was only going to be one winner. Whoever's had the strongest start in the two previous sets has ultimately won the set.
Impressive here from Golubic. Holds to love, sprints back to the chair.
Oh, that was record time, and it was just the moment to produce it as well.
Yeah, it's just the one break of serve, but it feels really significant now, this 3-love lead. I think it goes without saying the next game is absolutely crucial for Lamens and her chances in this match.
This matchup and the way this match has played out is kind of throwing me back to last season now, because going into the final, Ava Lees had forgotten Ava Lees knew how to win, and she was winning so confidently and so comprehensively and winning impressively, but Marketa Vondrousova had forgotten how to lose, and it was ultimately the player that didn't know how to lose that came out on top. And I just see some similarities. I mean, she's a lefty, she's a completely different player in a lot of ways to Golubic, but she had that court craft, she had that resilience under pressure, and the timing to come through. And Lamens, she has won her last 2 matches in straight sets, and she has hit hard and taken the ball up the line the same way Ava Lease did last year. I'm just seeing the resemblance now, and well, that looks good for Golubic when you look at the scoreboard here now too.
Still work to do though.
It's the fact that right now she has 2 holds of serve on the board, and both players have had more impact consistently on the return throughout this match. Golubic can take a real swing at this opportunity.
Has that safety net.
Deep in central, again, able to stay aggressive, but give herself the margin for error, Lamens. And that was a strong second serve just when she needed it. She could not afford to drop that center of the box at 30 all, down love 3. Playing with precision.
Key moments in the set now. Golubic sensing the chance to really take full control here.
The longer the match has gone on, the more she's got used to the rally ball and the sheer pace of it. A little bit more of an idea of what to expect, where to be. And the thing is, as we've already said, Lamens can switch it up. She's a great clay court player. She can put shape on the forehand. She can do different things. But that's the kind of game that Golubic would rather she played. And she's going to win those exchanges.
It's a good serve.
Relentless. resolve remains. It's going to give her half chances out here.
Big hold. Not done yet.
And I love that finish from her because it shows a clarity of sight and mind, that she's able to pick the right moment to pull out that shorter ball. The damage that she'd done with the serve was noted and capitalized on immediately. That's really good stuff. Now, this poses a real question. Breakpoint saved. But again, it's not the wrong move, it's just what she has to do, and the way Golubic is playing is making those margins slim.
Good pressure here. Just giving herself an extra moment or two there.
Yeah, and that's smart because she can sense something developing on the other side of the net. She's quite the chess player, Golubic, just analysing everything. It's pinpoint. Bullseye.
Oh, what an opportunity here.
Just about. And that's not her comfort zone, looking to be aggressive in the forecourt, but she did enough to keep the steering wheel in hand.
It.
Well, that's big. That rally had Golubic's fingerprints all over it. She's handled the kitchen sink there, Lamez.
And she breaks back. I've spoken a lot in this match about how she's reacted to disappointment. And once again, she refuses to be beaten.
It's top draw resilience. And I hear myself saying this time and again within a match, but it's a pattern that repeats itself. Golubic had the opportunity recently for the double break. She had break point for what felt like it would have been an unassailable lead, and that seemed like Lamenz's only chance to turn the match around at that point, because Golubic had found her footing. She was controlling the tempo the majority of the time, and if she had got that full love advantage, I don't think she was looking back. The fact that she came so close and then had to reset again, that just saw Lamenz stall the momentum that she was building, and that's given her the platform to get back into this one.
Yeah, very different feel again to this match, and it really is finely poised.
Are all those signatures from this week, or has she been bringing that over the period of a couple of years? Because that's an impressive ball she's got there.
Lots of big names. Don't know who might be the next Wimbledon champion. Suzanne Lamons here, serving to level things up in the deciding set. Made it.
I'm still backing her right now, Golubic. I think it was just so big to get that early lead, even though it's threatening to evaporate. She's shown her maturity and experience throughout this match. She's got that awareness that even though the lead is slipping away, she's still currently out in front, and has performed consistently well on the return.
Brilliantly done. Again, showing that quality and class. By no means a perfect performance today from Golubic, but we do get to see flashes of real excellence.
He has so much respect for what she's doing out here. I mean, this third set, Golubic has sustained the higher first serve percentage by 20%. 20% more landed. Almost 20% more of those points won as well. Real opportunity to pull clean out. And on that second serve, almost 17% clear in terms of win percentage. So actually, it's a testament to how hard Lamens has fought to narrow the gap in this set, because numbers-wise, they're winning statistics for the Swiss player. All day long.
Again, it's such a positive reaction. Oh, brilliant. Knew exactly what she was doing there.
How many hours and games they've been on court, and I think that's the first lob that we've seen land. If there was one a while ago, I can't remember it. What a moment for it. Keeping her in front in this game. It's still going to be a tussle, a struggle. But she keeps edging out in front, Golubic.
She's made it.
Well, she blitzed the return on the previous point, Lamens. That was the first time Golubic has really reacted like that when the ball's come in at her body with absolutely no control and no chance. And followed up with this phenomenally central on the line. It's a question of how long she can peak like that now, Lamens, because that's a high level.
She just keeps coming back. Extraordinary. The number one seed pegged back once more, 4-3.
Tennis wins. Hands off to this match. This is... I hesitate to single it out because the match a couple of days ago between Hannah Klugman and Lily Miyazaki was just unbelievable in terms of the sustained level from both players. But this has to be up there in terms of two very different game styles and both able to respond continuously and pick themselves up when they've been down and when they've been jolted a bit. The contrast of styles is just brilliant to watch. It's a fascinating matchup.
Golubic will undoubtedly stay calm. Still ahead on the scoreboard, even though that break has disappeared yet again. Be an element of frustration on her part because she was seemingly in control of this set a couple of times actually.
But then she's Still got a hold on the serving percentages. Golubic. Lamens really has to up her first serve percentage now if she wants to level up. And that's a perfect start.
The way to start the service game.
Would be some way to finish it as well. If she holds this to love, I wouldn't dare call the rest of this one, and I barely have to this point.
Well, that was a bit of a statement.
It's been a while since she held serve. This is intriguing. Pressure will mount on this Golubic delivery now. Business end of the set, business end of the match. Oh my, all in the hand skills there. The forehand approach flirted with disaster. Her readiness to capitalize is absolutely key.
Golubic read that. Got there quickly.
Again, it shows her class, it shows her form, Golubic, that she's able to look at that sudden love hold from Lamens and come out with this quality behind her own serve after a concerning break back just previously. Backing herself. Credit to the strength in the legs here as well to get down to that final ball to finish after covering the baseline. Deep into the match, deep into the week as a whole.
A good solid hold though from the #1 seed. One game away. Can Suzanne Lamens really cope with the pressure now of serving to stay in the match.
Oh, if she is to come through this, Viktoria Golubic, I think she'll be glad she was first match on in terms of the singles today. Just gives her a bit more recovery time from what has been a testing mental and physical battle. Whoever comes through, I think, will be grateful of that. Noticed an interesting couple of spectators in the crowd just a couple of games ago. I think they've disappeared now, ready to come onto court and court side, potentially within a few minutes. On the balcony up here, Oceane Daudet up against Marnie Banks in the next match. And then just in the corner, far side of us, on the other side of the court, Susie Riley, Marnie Banks' coach, who has done meticulous preparation in terms of homework and analysis ahead of each of Banks' matches so far this week. Taking a good look at both potential opponents for a maybe final tomorrow.
Huge pressure now on Lamont serving to stay in the match.
The first point was just massive here. Lamont has held from behind before, but doing it to stay in the match is a different story.
Coping with the pressure superbly here.
Well, the serving form has come out of nowhere for both players, but incredible length of shot from Lamens from a distance behind the baseline. And I think both players have just sustained that a little better in recent games.
Time to hold to love. Second time in a row she's done that. 5-all.
It's leveling out, isn't it? If it goes to a final set tiebreak, which is every possibility right now, it's tough to know. I don't think either of them have played a tiebreak so far. No, I think Le Mans did maybe against Swan. I'm going to check that. No, she didn't. Neither have played a tiebreak this week, so there's nothing really to go off in that tighter scoring format. So you asked the question, would experience do it? Current form. 8-match win streak for Golubic. Touch more security in her style of play. Oh, come on. That's a ridiculous shot. the pace coming at that. She scoops it off her shoelaces. I think that's the shot of the tournament so far. I mean, how are you coming up with that and making it die next to the net?
Exquisite touch. Time to do it as well. Both players have had more joy on the return for the most part in this match, actually in the last few games. They both serve really well. Anything you can do. Golubic has got herself into a position where she can only lose this semi-final in a third set tiebreak.
I just wonder if in the moment they can appreciate how well each of them are playing. They're so deep into the battle now, and I doubt they can recognize one point from another, but no, just such an impressively sustained level from the two of them, and great focus on their own side of the court now. Both of them completely committed to what they've set out to do.
You'd almost say the level's gone up actually in the last few games. They've both raised their levels. They've played well all through the match, as you've said, but
On serve, particularly,
yeah.
Because it was all about the return for, well, I'd say from the early stages of this match. That has been fundamental for both of them. I think they've largely produced their best tennis behind the return. And now they realize that has to go up a notch in all departments.
well, is this where Golubic can make her experience count? Can she win the mental battle here?
Yeah, that is absolutely monumental on the first point of the game. It had her stamp on it from the early stages of the rally.
Pressure building. Two points from reaching the final. what a way to bring up match points. And that trademark single-handed backhand. The top seed on the brink. The number one seed is through to the final after an extraordinary battle. Suzanne Lemans put in the most remarkable shift out here. Golubic finding a way to win. And she will fight for the title tomorrow. Her first appearance here since 2014, and she'll stay till the final day. 7-5, 5-7, 7-5. We have our first finalist in Shrewsbury. A lot of respect shown by Victoria Golubic to Suzanne Lemans, who put in a brilliant display. But a great win for Victoria Golubic, who's into the final. So it is the last match of the day and the second of the semi-finals in the singles. The two-time champion, Oceane Dodin, taking on Marnie Banks for the chance to take on Victoria Golubic tomorrow in the final. We've just seen a three-set thriller, won brilliantly by the #1 seed. And can the #2 seed and two-time former champion repeat those scenes here? Playing here for the first time since she last won it back in 2015. Marnie Banks, though, has had an extraordinary few days. I'm really enjoying her time in Shrewsbury. Abigail Johnson alongside me, Oscar Chamberlain, once again for this semi-final. And we kind of have a slightly similar situation here to the previous match. If it's anything as good, then we're in for a treat. But we've got a player who's kind of in new territory in Marnie Banks, and a player who knows what this kind of level is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing to know about Marnie Banks is that she could have been here a lot sooner. You can see both thighs are taped out here, and injury has been the story of her career, and it's a shame because she's so talented and has so much potential, but she's been pegged back so often. Even at the beginning of this year, when she'd finally done a great pre-season, physically fit, broke her finger, so couldn't play. I mean, she's just disaster prone, this girl, but she has caused disaster so far in Shrewsbury. Brilliant wins back-to-back over Katie Dunn and Harriet Dahr, and then yesterday from a set down against Simona Volta. So impressive the way she was able to keep her cool and implement her own game plan in the end against the #8 seed, who was absolutely zoning at the beginning of that match.
Yeah, certainly one of the standout results, but all her wins this week have been certainly eye-catching. Oceane Dodin, you would argue, probably. A lot of people would have expected her to be at this stage. She's been reaching finals regularly this season. This would be the biggest final of her year if she can get the win and take on the #1 seed in tomorrow's final. But having won this event a couple of times before, that'll certainly give her a confidence booster ahead of this match, you would imagine.
Well, she told me on court yesterday, I've never lost here. And I went straight back to check it because I knew she'd won in back-to-back years when she was a teenager in 2014 and 2015. I didn't know that she hadn't played prior to that and hadn't played since. So she's never lost on this court, Dodin, which is a serious confidence boost that she's surely aware of and maybe lent on in that win over Hannah Klugman yesterday, because if you look at it with a bird's eye view, she was inches from the straight sets loss. She was 5-1 down in the opening set. Klugman won the second set 6-3. And to be in Dodin's position, almost double her opponent's age, seeing an opponent who was playing that cleverly, that brilliantly, that confidently, it would have been very easy for her to self-destruct and to crumble. And she didn't do that. She really showed her elite level, and she showed some ripper returns as well. I'm really interested to see how Marnie Banks holds up against that, because she was actually being outserved by Volta for a set and a bit yesterday. She's got to be so ready and so energized to be able to compete with the big strikes of Dodin today.
Will she thrive on this occasion, do you think? Or do you think that maybe the elevated pressure of a semi-final and maybe what she's already achieved this week will make things a little bit tougher for her?
No, I don't think she gets nervous for the occasion, because I think she knows what she's capable of, Banks, and she also knows that maybe she's been robbed of it a little bit with the setbacks that she's had. She's quietly confident, and I say quietly with a bit of a smile on my face, because when this match gets going, you will hear her after a lot of points, the yelling, the fist pumping, but she's also got, you know, a great coach in her corner. I will always give the shout out to Susie, because she's known Marnie since she was a young kid, and she has maintained that belief in Marnie as well. She loves to travel with her. I think she was saying yesterday they have a pretty good run of quarterfinals or better when she's at a tournament with her. So she's got that backup coming from her corner as well, that reassurance that she does have the level and that she does deserve to be here.
Well, a great test for her against the #2 seed, former winner. I had it in my notes that she lost in qualifying here, Oceane Dodin, in 2012.
Oh, well, she's forgotten.
Well, yeah.
Don't tell her. That could be catastrophic.
Yeah, that's, well, yeah, we won't mention it. Qualifying doesn't count anyway.
No, well, it does, because she came through qualifying to win in 2014, I think.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah, just forget 2012 happens. That, yeah, irrelevant.
Well, can she repeat what she achieved here in 2014 and 2015? Beat Freya Christie, of course, in the final here, 2015, 2014. She defeated the finalist that she would face tomorrow in the quarterfinals on the way to winning the title here. She beat Karina Vitoft in the final in 2014, but beat Viktoria Golubic in the quarters. Fascinating semi-final ahead here. It's going to be Marnie Banks, the wild card, to get us underway.
All right, well, if that rally is anything to go off, belt yourselves in. She's got to have so much self-confidence, Dodin, from being able to navigate that test yesterday. Difficult not to know the story of 14-year-old Hannah Klugman. It's interesting, early drop shot from both players. As much as Banks can really pull the trigger with the forehand, she's got a nice ability with the drop shot behind it. Maybe not the best moment for it there, but it's about the steadiness behind, and she was ready to capitalize on that open court. That's what she does. And that deep ball into the body is going to be so key against Banks, who likes to really make use of the first shot behind the serve.
Saves the break point. It could be a really key first game for Banks. She has to find ways to take time away from Dodin out here. She's stranded center of the baseline there. No read on the ball. gets the hold. Quality early on in this match, straight from the first ball.
That's a really big first hold for Banks. She's such a fighter, and I think, well, she said yesterday on court that some of that comes from her parents and how she's been raised, but I think some of it also comes from the off-court battles that she's fought through and the injuries she's had to deal with, so she doesn't often lose lopsided matches. She's very competitive. Great timing. Her most one-sided loss of this year actually came in her most recent semi-final. That was at W25 level during the summer in Roehampton. That was a 6-love, 6-2 defeat. She was up against another 6-foot player with massive levers and a big ball. That was Asia Mohammed of the United States. So a player fairly similar in makeup to Oceane Dodin. So I was really looking at how Banks started this match, whether she was able to keep herself in touch. If she was broken early, there was always the potential for Dodin to step up on top of that. And as far as the French woman's side of the net goes, her weakest number in terms of statistics all week has been her first serve percentage. Very low for a player who can possess that much of a weapon with the serve. She's never landed above 53% in one match. That's something that Banks has all the weapons to expose today. Back double faults.
Wow, what a start here from Army Banks. What a boost that is.
And she's just so ready for what to expect out here, Banks, and a lot of that is thanks to Susie in her corner, same side of the court right now. Analyzes to the minutest detail and then works out what to feed back to the player. Banks on first serve numbers, really impressive from the word go. They took a dip at the beginning of her match with Voltert, but in her first match against Katie Dunn, a tough 3-set battle, she could easily have won in straights.
Oh, it's too good. Certainly not seeing any signs of nerves here.
Those back-to-back rallies of hard, deep central balls from Ocean Dodin, and that was the kind of ball that was leaving Klugman rushed yesterday. Banks is getting down low, strengthen the legs to combat and soak it up, redirect.
Impressively backing up the break. Three-love lead in this first set. There's some start.
I mean, Dodin is not to be underestimated. She was 5-1 down in the opening set yesterday before she turned things around. But whatever goes down today, it's just so great that the country is finally getting a good look at Marnie Banks. Even her grass court season was abrupt this year. She had to pull out of pre-qualifying of Wimbledon because she, I think, sprained her ankle. So every time it's looked like she's ready to get something going and step into the spotlight a little bit more, something's cropped up, and she's taken it on emphatically this week with the run of players that she's beaten. Experienced Brit in Katie Dunn, who offered her challenges from all areas of the court that probably prepared her for the rest of the tournament, particularly the second round win over the number 4 seed Harriet Dart. And to beat another Brit of that status and then back it up, that's big. That's really big.
This is really quite remarkable.
Immediate length of shot, an immediate capitalization, and Dodin should be wary here. She can do it, but she's going to have to play out of her skin to recover from a double break deficit in this set.
Just reaching the back of the baseline there.
Yeah, the last 2 points, that's what you call playing in 6th gear. Under pressure, put it all on the line.
Oh, well.
It was the top spin though. No, that is really unfortunate for Dodin. Made the right move. I think she could have executed a little more clinically on the shorter ball, kept it further from Banks' reach. If the first serve numbers are to stay the same, the second delivery has to be so smart today. Needs to switch up her spots. Be prepared to be brave.
Serve. Second ace. She's just eased into this match here with those last few points.
Oh, you've got to applaud that. That felt really almost essential at the beginning of this first set. Makes this game a different task for Banks already. And you saw what happened immediately. It was Dodin with the first chance of this match. She had break point in the opening game. And when she didn't convert, she was immediately broken. It's a pattern that you see emerge time and time again, particularly in women's tennis, where the returns are so strong.
Thanks for the first ace.
Well, it was Hannah Klugman who yesterday served 4 consecutive aces against Dodin to clinch the second set. Let's see if she can keep her cool here, the French woman. Yes, she can consistently thump that baseline to keep Banks on the back foot. With every collision like that, she comes out on the right end of. The belief grows.
Breaks back. Almost went 4-love down in this first set, Lucien Dodin, but she has responded. Impressive last couple of games there from the number 2 seed.
Yeah, really impressive. Underlining why she's a 2-time former champion here. A while back, of course, in the years 2014 and 2015 when this was a W25 tournament, and it's been awesome to see it raise in level over the years. When I started coming to the club for the first time, it was a 25K level event, and since then it jumped to a 60, which is the 4th step up on the circuit. There's Susie Riley, by the way, Marnie Banks' coach. And then now a W100, that's the 6th and highest level of ITF World Tennis Tour event, and it's attracted some big names, which is amazing for players of the makeup of Marnie Banks, because due to setbacks and due to not being able to pick up form, she's not had a lot of exposure to players of this kind of level outside of the country. We do, of course, have strength and depth within women's tennis in the UK right now, but you go abroad and people play a little bit differently. You get an idea of what to expect from the main WTA tour. look through all her matches this year and see where the first serve percentage was at. I don't know if she gets away with that a little bit more because she is 6 foot and that ball is coming down from such a height on the second serve, but usually there's a more distinct difference between the first and second delivery. 3 second serves in that game, and she didn't drop a point.
Great response here. Facing break point to go double break down.
And I think another dimension of that, Oscar, is how quickly she pulls the trigger. When you see that second serve opportunity, you want to make your mark immediately against Budgen. So the opponent can end up over-pressing in the face of a half chance.
Serving this from Banks. More than 80% first serve percentage for her. Lovely touch.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the French flair that is less obvious in Budgen's game because of how big she hits the ball. But when you play among a certain group of players, you'll see similarities a lot of the time between players from particular countries due to adopting similar game styles. And there's a bit of a flourish from that part of the world.
And Banks seals the game. With her 4th ace of the match, back on track after losing that 3-love advantage. Break a piece, 4-3. Another competitive set at the start of this second semi-final.
Yeah, and I've spoken about the low first serve percentage in terms of the shots landed for Océane Budgen. For Marnie Banks, she comes in having landed 70% of her first deliveries against Simona Walter. She's never dropped below the 65% mark in any of her matches, so that's very, very solid numbers. And when it came to the most decisive moments of her match against Simona Walter, it's all about the timing. She was there when Walter had a drop-off, and she was there with 78% of first serves landed, 71% of those first serves won. So she's got a weapon there that can really keep her alive when things aren't quite going her own way. That's her sheer athleticism. Donovan looked to impose herself and play brave in the deficit, and Banks gave her a really tough first ball behind the serve. She pretty much took that off her hip, Donovan. And then the bigger ball in at the body just gave her no reaction time. She was left flustered. Got to say the placement with that second delivery is smart in this game. Both times into the Banks backhand. First time up against her body, second time stretching her out. So again, she's mixing up the spots pretty well. She was brave to go back into the forehand because Banks had every potential to pull that off.
I've seen her do it a few times already. Just wide on that occasion.
It's been such a good watch, the tennis today. It was a complete chess match from Victoria Golubic's perspective, the previous showdown that she came out on top of. And you could see Dodin problem solving in that game by moving herself up the court and getting the length of shot to keep Banks behind the baseline. Watch for that positioning from both players throughout this match. She's got to get that length of shot herself, Banks, to penalise Dodin, looking to plant herself on her own baseline.
Very nicely done. Banks holds the love. Getting away from winning this first set now. She puts some pressure on the former champion. And choose between them at the moment.
It was 4 straight points for Dodin to win the service game for 4-all and just water off Banks' back there. It shows how well she locks herself in for matches, that competitive fire. Actually, it was really interesting yesterday because her coach has such a fine eye for detail. And yet after the match, both Marnie and Susie were surprised when I said that she'd been a set and a breakdown. Neither of them thought she'd been a breakdown in the second, to the point where I started to doubt myself and checked it. And she was down a break at 2-1, but they were so focused on the game plan and so locked into the moment that there was zero awareness of that. And that is the presence of mind and positioning in the moment that helps Banks out so much in moments like that, where there was a disappointment having lost the Love 30 opening.
Serving to stay in the set. Dodin.
biggest key for Budgen in this match might be how she goes into the Banks forehand. She can't avoid it forever, or it becomes predictable. But she really has to put her foot down when she goes into it, make it awkward positioning, and she's done that pretty decently so far.
Rattling through another service game.
Just held it until the final millisecond. Budgen is languishing behind the baseline here, and she just fainted off in the backhand direction. Great sharpness. It was close, that one.
Very, very close.
And when you look at the scoreboard as well, 5-all, 15-all, I'm really not surprised she's hesitated there, even if she can't do anything about it.
Lovely touch from Banks. And both players just comfortably holding serve at the moment. A couple of breaks early on, but it's 6-5. And once again, Budgen will serve to stay in the set.
Backing up is so big. I heard a few murmurs that Banks might have played the match of her life against Harriet Dart, and I just didn't believe that, really, with the level and the potential that she's shown flashes of over the years. She's up for a big stage. You might look at her results and think, oh, why is she losing second round of 25Ks or not going all the way to the title at an entrance level pro event at a 15K, but it's all situational as well. You never know kind of what's going on in a player's background, what they might be dealing with physically. She's risen to the occasion here. And there's every potential that Banks loses this set and this match, but what she's showing herself is that she has the level to compete with a world-class player, having picked up a couple of wins over world-class players in the lead-up. That's big for progress.
Superb from Dodin.
I would also always advocate for the level a little further down the rankings. A reminder that Dodin won this title back-to-back years when it was a 25K, when it was the second step up. Other big names won here previously before it raised in level. You can be a great player and have an off day and take a hard loss. That's part of the sport.
Quick hold for Dodin. We're into a tie-break here.
And I'm scouring their path so far for tie breaks. We've had a lot of close sets, not a huge amount of tie break sets this week in Shrewsbury. Has won one, lost one. Lost her first to Katie Dunn, second set of the opening match, won her second, first set against Harriet Dart. Dodin has never been pushed this close so far within a set. She has lost 2 sets in her last 2 rounds.
Did really well there.
I mean,
fired at her.
It's her stature, isn't it? She stands up tall here. And it was not the cleanest of hit, but she got the right zone covered.
Start to the tie-break.
Pressure was on early because Banks moved so well to cover. That ball's coming in quick and she has strength in the lower half of her body to get into position to catch that ball, soak up the pace, redirect, allowing Dodin's pace to actually run away with her.
Crucial for Needs to get those 2 points. Stay in touch.
Got a feeling they might be coming the moment Banks got on the board. And her reaction to 2-3, sensing how big it was to have the opportunity to be on level pegging heading into the change of ends. The finer margins of the tiebreak, not something the Dodin's second serve has encountered so far in Shrewsbury.
Wow. 4 straight points. From Dodin.
I will always respect what she's done this week when she's been down, using those long levers to rip through the ball, nice straightness of the arm to rip through the forehand. That she caught that was really indicative that maybe there was a bit of tension there this time around, and understandably with how Dodin can immediately pulverize the ball. Not really space for that in the tiebreak. It has to be an immediate response.
Set points. Right down to the wire.
So little in this. Like that type of rally Dodin came out on top of previously, and it was a great pickup from her off the back of a quality return from Banks, asking the extra questions. No breakdown from the Brit. perfect moment to throw in the slice. And she did so well to do that off the back of a really lethally struck backhand. Flat pace. She knows the quality of that right there. 2 set points saved.
Big moments. Can she make it count?
It's not something Dodin has had to confront too much because her pace takes away so much time. The ability to switch it up off the back of that is minimized relentlessly.
First set tiebreak that has swung both ways.
I mean, how good are these semi-finals? Ridiculous level. I mean, this is why tiebreaks were invented. Who shifts first? They're both bringing it up against the wall. Don't know why Dodin hit into the forehand there. She had Banks on the ropes, and Banks is so good with the forehand on the run. She didn't even have to hit that ball full pelt if she went back behind. It's an interesting one, and maybe it's just the pressure, the magnitude of the moment, but there was ample pressure on that forehand. That's why it drifted long. Banks had it covered.
Again, those split-second decisions in key moments.
Could be really costly.
Set point Banks. Long. And Marnie Banks takes the opening set in a dramatic tiebreak, in a dramatic set. The two-time former champion has got her work cut out for her. 7-6. What a first set.
Welcome to the world of Amani Renee Banks. This is what she can do. And it's incredible that it did come down to that fine moment. Dodin had the set on her racket there, up the court with the forehand that she went into Banks's forehand with. And that's it kind of blows theory out of the water, because in that moment, she is the former world number 46 with all the experience and match play. I mean, this is how high, again, the quality has been that you have to nitpick like that. But that's the ball she should have made into the backhand side. And letting Banks off the hook with her fighting ability, it was suicidal in the context of that tiebreak. That was where it was won and lost, because once she was let back into that tiebreak, I don't think Banks was going to let go.
Well, plenty of twists and turns in the tiebreak alone, never mind in the set. Banks who got off to a good start, of course. 3-love lead early on. Dodin came back. The tiebreak just shifted from one side to the other. Big first set from Marnie Banks, the underdog in this semi-final.
Well, let's see if she's rattled here, Dodin. She's been down a set this week. She problem solved on that occasion. She did so against Hannah Klugman when she was taken into a decider. It's going to take some doing after that opening set today. Anticipated that one, held firm. And there are moments where Dodin doesn't look like she's ready for the ball to come back. How good it has to be now, and this is why I thought the first set of this encounter held so much weight. Banks has time to dip and come back now. Dodin doesn't have that.
It's not always the case, but quite often in these situations, the higher ranked player, or the favourite if you like, if they go ahead on the scoreboard and win the first set, makes it so difficult for things to turn around.
That's well done.
But Banks can really try and capitalise here on that momentum. Points there.
You know, two really big strikes into the Banks forehand with immediacy. That is when to strike into that particular side. Pressure with her positioning as well. Both times she's in the forecourt when she's taking that ball into the forehand side. Make that 3 times.
Yeah, a bit more purpose there about Dodin. Seems break point to hold.
Yeah, just a little discussion there between Marnie Banks and the chair umpire. Is he talking through the walkie-talkie?
I saw Dodan ask something. I just wonder whether she maybe needs a bit of physical treatment and medical attention, possibly.
Dodan.
Yeah, she seemed to ask something first, but I don't know whether it was anything to do with that.
Well, at this point of the week, after a hard-hitting set like that first one, you wouldn't be surprised on either side. Just so much versatility off that forehand side. It was always her most potent shot. It was also her flakier side as well. Sometimes that forehand, even end of last year, would break down under pressure. She's really well developed over the last few months.
Hold to love.
She snatched that up so quickly, the return. Within a second, it was back at Dodan's feet. Forcing Dodan into high-risk tennis. It is sometimes leaving her in some awkward positions.
Dodan under pressure again. Two break points. long. It is a break. And Marnie Banks now up a set and a break in this semi-final. 2-1.
Well, she's still on her feet. She must have asked for, yeah, she asked for the trainer. And this is to do with the taping, I'm pretty sure. She's used to playing through discomfort, Banks. She has been doing so this week. Do you know what? Fair play to Dodin, because a player in her position could quite easily call upon the trainer for something. And I hate to say it, but people who've been around the sport and the players themselves know it happens. You know, you're a competitor in spirit. You look for ways to slow things down when it feels a little bit out of your control, to disrupt the rhythm maybe. And the fact that it's Banks who's a set and a break up here that has called it to a halt. A says fair play to Dodin, but B says that, you know, it's got to be something of potential concern for Banks, that she would stop herself when she's in a pretty good position in this contest right now.
Yeah, going off the court for treatment, it would seem.
Dodin's talking to the umpire. There's a part of me that wonders if they both wanted the trainer at the same time.
Yeah, I'm sure she said something to her. I couldn't hear what was said, so I don't. Maybe she didn't ask, but it looked initially as though she'd made the request at first, but maybe not.
We need Mike's courtside at this point. It's hard for me, and it's easy to say this because Banks is now a set and a break up, but I don't know. Dodin kind of has to redline to make herself the favorite in this one again. It's such a long way to come back with the brand of tennis that she likes to play, and with the fighter that Banks is. There's not margin for error for the number 2 seed.
No, and this break in play could go both ways, really, couldn't it? Might help Dodin just reset. And she's definitely lost all momentum for the time being. Banks is the one asking the questions. Had a break point in that first game of this second set, and then just got that break before the medical timeout. And as you mentioned, there's a fair amount of strapping visible, but just from the on-court assessment they were doing, it looked like it was a different issue. But again, hard to tell.
She needed an off-court medical timeout in her last match against Volta, which would indicate that it is the ongoing issue.
Yeah. And also the way she looked going off the court, it didn't look like she was overly concerned. Obviously something she was aware of perhaps, but not ideal really. You're in such a good position, playing so well.
I'm singing her praises to the skies at the moment, but if it was another player I'd be more concerned. The first time I met Marnie Banks was in the summer of 2020, and she was playing one of the LTA's British Tour Return to Elite competition events because everything had shut down globally, and Marnie was, well, how old is she now? 21. She was a teenager at that point. I'd never seen her before, and she played a crazy contest against a player called Emily Arbuthnot, and it was going down the wire in a tight match tiebreak, and she was in pain for a large percentage of the end of that match, Banks. And it was painful to watch because she was in so much pain, but somehow she won it. And I went down to do the encore interview, and the final was later that day, and she spoke with full conviction that she was going to be playing the next match later on. And before the end of the day, I think she'd been told that she'd torn her ab and she would not be playing again for a long time. And the fact that she could play through that pain and was willing to go on court and play again, it says something about her competitive qualities. And it can be tough to find the balance with that, which maybe has exaggerated injuries for her in the past. But when you come through those times, you come through with resilience. Look at Marketa Vondrousova last season, Wimbledon champion now. It was her second tournament back when she won Shrewsbury after a really, well, I think it was the wrist injury, and she's had multiple surgeries there, and now she's one of the greatest players in the world.
Yeah, it's finding that balance, isn't it, when choosing to play through injuries when you have got those struggles. know, if you're happy to keep fighting even if you're in pain and keep playing, that can have a detrimental effect. It's learning to just manage it and know how far you can go, know your limits. It's something that comes with experience, I guess. But mentally, this is such a big challenge for both players, really. Banks is making her way back onto the court.
All right, this game becomes one of the biggest of the match so far. And both players could find it tricky.
So Banks to serve. Oh. That's a good sign.
This is where you do start counting after what we saw yesterday. Come on then.
And if you're Ocean Doda now, you're thinking, oh, not again, surely.
She's hit a game of aces before UK Pro League 2022.
Not quite, but as good as 4 unreturned serves.
She's answered every question posed during the break right there. It's an uphill climb for the number 2 seed now.
Huge game here.
That's what it has to be, point after point. Maybe at this point it makes it easier to execute. That it is that one track back into the contest.
Well, she had to hold there. Absolutely crucial. Still Banks with the lead. Break in the second set.
We've talked about her Shrewsbury titles, Dardenne, but WTA winner as well in Quebec City back in 2016. And that just shows that even though she's only 26, she's got a good amount of her career left. She came through early. She's been around for some time, picked up a lot of experience. And fair play to her, because when you come through it as a teenager and you have that early success and it dies down a little bit in the aftermath, it's not always a pleasant world, the tennis world. You can dip in the rankings, end up back on the ITF circuit, a place where you thought you'd left and left in the rearview mirror, would never have to touch down there again. The fact that she's still out here playing these events and showing her commitment and her passion, says a lot about her as a competitive force.
Stunning.
And here you see just how big that break in the third game was. If she maintains this level, it's game over. It's all about looking after what's in her grasp now.
She would love another break here.
So having fought by far the biggest title of her career, final I should say, if she gets to that stage.
They made the final in Nottingham earlier this year. It's at 25.
It's interesting, she lost in that final, and I believe it was a hard-fought three-setter to Arina Rodionova, the Aussie who's been on the brink of the top 100, and Arina has high standards. She's hard to please, but she said she was very impressed by Banks and her competitiveness, her level.
If you look at the players that Banks has taken on this week, in terms of their level, it's not that far off a WTA 250 event, really. Nicely done by Dodin.
And blitzed. Well, it can be all about timing, can't it? And Katie Bolter got her first WTA trophy on the grass courts of Nottingham in the summer. She didn't beat a player ranked inside the top 130. Fair play to her for handling that, but that's how the draw can fall sometimes. More depth in this field.
Dodin stays in touch. Well, there's only one break. Things could still change. The way Banks has been serving. back her to get the job done from here, but will that pressure increase the closer she gets? So often the way. Hardest point to win is always the last one.
Yeah, huge hold there for Dodin, particularly after Banks won the opening point. There was a threat of her pulling away there because she'd held serve so emphatically to Love just previously too. I think the French woman did incredibly well to step up on top of the court, put the brakes on, and then that last forehand that Banks missed, that was a bit more reminiscent of something she might have produced in a tighter moment in a match this time last year. Sometimes the eyes get big and you see an opportunity and just go for too much on that forehand side. She's not really done that today too much. So she's just allowed Dodin to stay alive in this match, and it's a massive service game that she might be happy she's on the same side of the court as her coach for.
To get those first couple of points and help steady those nerves.
And that's who she is, that volume, that intensity. It's hard to go up against that when you're down a set and a break and she's playing at the level she is.
Manny Banks hasn't dropped a point on serve in this set.
It's just incredible, really, that she's sustained that throughout the tournament. If she's doing that for one match, fair play. It's the fact that those serving numbers have been consistently good from round one to this first semi-final. Got to match it, and she's doing so here. The issue is she's down a break of serve. maybe a good moment to mention that she didn't even know she was going to be in the main draw this week, Marnie Banks. Initially, she thought she'd have to play qualifying. The last wild card was going to go to Emily Appleton, the next highest ranked Brit. She got in last minute when someone pulled out.
Great touch from Dodam. But it will be Marnie Banks, 1 years old, wild card, to serve for a place in the biggest final of her career.
And Dodam with a WTA title to her name. If you search Marnie Banks' titles on the ITF website, it'll come up blank. No trophies. And if she wins this next service game, she's a step away from lifting a trophy at the highest level of ITF World Tennis Tour competition. And that's just a sign of a player who rises to the occasion, who loves a big stage, and who's waited a while for her moment.
A game-changing moment, potentially, in her career. Yet to drop a point on serve in this set. And now serving for the match.
Well, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Hadn't won a point on the return in this set, but that is the point to win. First point, as Banks is serving for a monumental triumph. Don't write her off yet.
Such a good response.
But it gets closer.
2 points away. The wild card has 2 match points against the two-time champion. Still there is hope for Dodam. Match point saved. Well, is there going to be a twist? Match point saved. Breakpoint saved. To match point once more, number 3. What a moment for Marnie Banks into the biggest final of her career. And she's beaten the 2-time champion to get there. It was a brilliant performance. Stunning victory for the wild card. Rightly enjoying this moment. A late wildcard entry into this tournament, and now a finalist in Shrewsbury.